Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Tonight we're going to be playing Apollo Justice, the Great Ace Attorney Trilogy. This is not a new one. Hey there, Nari. Arl? Nari. Font issues. This is not a new game. This is a PC port kind of remaster of one of the post-regular Ace Attorney games. But it will still be fun. It is the same general mechanics, crazy courtroom shenanigans. But yes, it should be a good time. Let's check in with the kitties first. We have Ember top center. We have Sky upper left, and I think, yeah, that's Mason there, the lower part of the tree below him. We have Sherbet bottom right. He's snoozing away. See if Sammy is visible anywhere. She tends to be on the periphery if she is. But no, doesn't look like it. We'll stick... Oh, no, she just popped into view in the upper left. Passing through. Mason got out of her spot, so she moved in. But yes. I'll briefly show it. I don't have the green screen up for it, so you can see my shelving. But the 3D printer actually managed to finish something. That's a little Grim Reaper cat. It's cute. It's also a little Plague Doctor, but the Plague Doctor is in pieces, so it's got to be assembled and whatnot. Might at least prime it in order to make it a little more visible. But it's nice. It's nice. It actually worked. It's that. There we go. Hey there, Augie Fox. Welcome. Let's get started. We do have the first game. We do keep it pretty casual on the channel, and this is the type of game that gives me plenty of time to stop and read comments. If I don't notice it right away, just give it a little time, and we'll try to get to anything like that. It's been a little bit. That's okay. You had stuff to do, I'm sure. Turnabout Trump. Episode name that has a different meaning these days. Is that impressionism or abstraction? I don't know. So art, dingy place with cards, so some sort of gambling. Showdown time. You lose. Scream. Hey there, Bubbles. Oh, you're welcome to lurk. Scream. Okay, blood on canvas. Very stylized, this. Seems to be in a bit of trouble, something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. There's that impression, Augie Fox. All right. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Kristoff. Look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. That painting in the background, it looks like somebody had a very romanticized opinion of the judge, the standard judge in the Ace Attorney games. A very romanticized, generous opinion. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, huh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Everything's okay. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. Oh. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Voice is spiking. One moment. Make sure I don't get pops and hisses on the audio here. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Yeah, the defense attorney getting to know the actual client is usually a good idea. It's a bit of a pro move, you know? Only the expert lawyers know. Maybe you should talk to the defendant before the case. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of ... murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Not possible. Oh. Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Oh. So you're fine. I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend. So why... You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes Justice. His last name is Justice. It's Apollo Justice. The last guy was Phoenix Wright, so... Court is now in session. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. So, Winston Payne. I don't know if this is Winston. But we'll see. We'll see. That's a lot of hair for Winston. Maybe it's another member of the Payne family. The defense is fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Do you mean the people in the background? Augie? Why were they turning their heads? Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. Those are the people in the gallery, the ones observing the trial. And that's meant to show them talking to each other. So they tend to just have the kind of the crowd look like it's milling around and turning their heads to each other, that kind of thing. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. So this is Phoenix Wright, clearly on fallen on different times than in the prior games. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I mean, he probably didn't have Maya with him, because then, if Maya's not around, then he has to be the one that's accused of murder. Sorry. I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Oh, that's Winston then. We get to see Winston most of the time in the Ace Attorney games, the Ace Attorney Trilogy games. We got to see Winston's ancestor in the Great Attorney Chronicles. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head. Smack. Killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was the pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright, a pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Delicious, non-alcoholic grape juice. Kept in a bottle that would otherwise be filled with wine. All ages game. Just a moment. Be right back. That, folks, getting settled back in. Still dealing with that cough. Hey, welcome, Tess. It is time for justice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. Definitely not anything with alcohol in it. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon. Bears the defendant, Mr. Wright's prints. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. This is the tutorial case. That is unfortunate, Augie. Do any of the normal methods of hiccup cure work for you? You know, the maybe home remedies? Yes, this game was before, like, Professor Layton, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It is still in the traditional style. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Court record. Right, I've heard of that. Just, you know, tutorial, look at it. Johnny Smith. April 17th between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blood trauma to forehead. Bottle. Variously sized poker chips that look like coasters for some of their sizes. That's right, Levi. We're just starting the Apollo Justice games. That's just fine, Augie. That's just fine. I mean, his hat was in pretty good condition, given that he was smacked upon the head. Looks like it was recapped. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Ah, good. Okay. Bottle is completely empty. What do I think about Wright showing up? It's definitely interesting. It gives us it teases that there's some intervening incident that has put Wright in completely different circumstances in his life. So, I'm interested to see exactly what those were. I recall from some time ago, more than 10 years ago, when I played one of the games in this series, I think, in this particular set, at least a couple of cases in it, that there is supposed to be some incident, and I don't know what it is, but I'm sure we'll find out. Oh, we have the person list in this one. Formerly an ace defense attorney. Shady Smith. Yeah, Winston's growing his hair out. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this Shady Smith fellow? I believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. Yes, that tells us all we need to know. He traveled frequently. A traveler. According to his passport, he has been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to the country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he has some sort of connection with the defendant? That too is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. Borscht is one of those words like, at least for me, like judicial or waffle. And it's hard to say without a bit of an inflection that makes it a bit silly. Let's check this real quick here. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing. That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. Oh. At least not piano playing. I'll let the photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? It's a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. I mean, they could have just been playing cards. Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. What sort of poker do you play? Like, it's... I'll have to keep an eye on it. It will spike for that kind of thing. Yeah, I know, Tass. I mean, it would make poker a much more intense game. Potentially some sort of time limit. You get some kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! Vibes from it at that point. Really spectacular draws and card plays, you know? Explosions, perhaps. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. And impress women. Wow. That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. He has a cute pin on his hat. He has this smirky grin, but his hat's like, say what? Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Very somber music for testimony this time. A pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Perhaps a prosecutor who can't prosecute, Mr. Payne? Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? Haha. It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. I know I might be conveying that. The cough isn't great this morning. Or today. It's not morning anymore. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done it yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? No. No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered. You'd better do more than think. You know it or you don't. I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. He's given his vocal cords a name. I mean, at least that's better than other anatomical parts being given names. Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. It is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies, lies, Phoenix Wright. Words, proper nouns. As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. You can hardly play. I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. It's usually all they want. Oh, he has his thinking animation shows how hard he's working to get that hamster going. Gotta spin that little wheel. He presses his finger in that spot, it pokes the hamster. Is that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional, after all. Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Nice to see Phoenix getting some hard pokes in for once. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. Dang. Well, that's giving us more of a timetable. So it's been at least 7 years since he's done his lawyering. I've never lost once. What now? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. Played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? I guess it'd depend on what you mean by lost, you know? The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Nowadays, we got the dark web for that. Much more efficient. Much more global. Much creepier. Suffice to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there, in that room. Not a lot of room under that table. Crowded. A smoky room. Gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. Bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. The window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Two decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate two decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. Stop that. Only prosecutors get to be all weird. It's poetic, really. No, you're trying to be poetic. Incidentally, we use two types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I kind of feel like the judge would be like big exaggerated air quotes, the kind where you move your whole hand with the motion. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a good game of hands. Gavel. This competition you're talking about? I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game, after all. Are you sure? What now? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred, yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like to make clear. I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. I've got myself a whole new testimony. Yay, clap, clap, clap. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. I mean, given Phoenix Wright's behavior in the prior games, it's not that he would have forgotten anything about the law. It sounds like he learned a great deal about the law in the intervening period. Maybe he finally read all of those law books in his office. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yeah? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Yeah, Phoenix clearly has been through some stuff, casemate. Also, hello, casemate. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? What now? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. One thing. What was it? When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Contradiction of Mr. Wright's testimony, but why? Well, we're trying out this. This game dropped just this week, earlier this week. So, been looking forward to them releasing more Phoenix Wright stuff on PC. You know, not having to play it with shoddy mobile interface. But otherwise, yeah, good times, good times. A little congested and the cough's not great, so if I have to pause a lot or if I have to get up and get something, sorry about that in advance. Better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. Need more information, don't forget to press. Right, got it. I'm fine. It's kind of his mantra. I'm fine. Everything is fine. This is okay. We shall perform the classic Phoenix Wright song and dance.
Objection!
There's an achievement for opening objection. Presenting your first evidence in a cross-examination. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle. Right. So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? They added a new animation to Winston there. That hair flip. I mean, you actually kind of have to appreciate what Winston's going for here. Clearly, unflattering baldness pattern there. With that tiny little flip of hair remaining. But that's some long, glossy, well cared for hair otherwise. uh, you know, ran his fingers through it very smoothly. He's putting effort into that hairdo. And while it might not look great as as a whole picture, but that's right. You take care of what you have. You work with what you've got, and you work with it well. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints, especially after I was all touching it. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Ah. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears, in our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove anything. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. What now? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted. There can be only one reason for that. Yes, to brain someone with the bottle. Wow. Apollo has a very expressive face. They put a little extra into the character animations in this one. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on the bottle to the court? Pause. I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, it might have been a self-report. He might be trying to fake out the judge. Get him to throw Winston off the ship. Well, that was the defendant, but still, that... Indeed, sus. Really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from the ground level. Dang. Sub-basement. Where cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor restaurant. I see. This is the phone that made the call? It's interesting how you can date a lot of games by this kind of thing. Same way there are games games in fiction set in the future where they will talk about technology that at the time seemed far flung. But reading it now, we would look at it and say, yeah, we've got that. Pre-80s cell phone, you'd have them talking about these amazing, complicated devices that people have that let them make calls and communicate over great distances without having to be near a landline. And now we have, even before that, you had like small satchel-mounted ones. That's right, Tess. Communicators. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative. Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred? How could you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. Hee hee hee. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has just been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Gavel. Well, the prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Oh. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. Instead of Phoenix Wright's back-spiked landing pad on his head, Apollo has the anime protagonist kind of antenna, but, doubled in pointy. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. That's right, Tess. Apollo's strife. Are you sure? Swear it on my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? You're sure it is okay? Now, the prosecution... Wait a minute. The prosecution care to explain the witness's paraphernalia? Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor, and those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orley. Okay, let's see. I always try to pause for a moment and find out what pun their name is supposed to be. Because pretty much every character in the game has either a way to read their name that has a meaning, or it is a play on words. So we have Winston Payne, Winston Payne, a recurring character in the prior Ace Attorney trilogy was Wendy Old Bag, Wendy Old Bag. So sayings and what have you. Depend on how orally there is actually pronounced. I'm employed as... Oh, okay. Supposed to be like a Russian accent. I'm employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht in that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. Oh. Well, phrasing, but it's probably like photography at the table, you know. Hey, take our picture. I take it one of these services is taking customers' pictures? Nah. Like, for example, this one. That's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Gavel, gavel, gavel. It's quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is a picture of the dining area with him sitting at the piano talking to the victim. He already said he was at the club where the guy was. It is the same way I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. I get maybe they're saying that she's clumsy, but again, she's making it sound like, you know, dropping bowls of borscht on their lap is perhaps a euphemism for another one of her other services. Or, I mean, maybe it's maybe it's a suppression method for people who assume that she is providing other services than the photography. You know, to cool them down in a particular way. And the court will casually accept this new evidence. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? Well, let's just take a look here. We have a bunch of bottles of, you know, grape juice next to the piano. Oh, man. Yeah, they have a whole gimmick going. You've got the, I presume, like, cotton fake snow all over the place. Oh. Cell phone. Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. This is the phone that... It is the same form of phone, or, like, appearance of phone that he had in all the prior games. So it might be, you know, something sentimental, effectively. The question is, does it still play the Steel Samurai theme when it's run? I was in room. The hideout, we call it. So the Y. Excuse me? The hideout? She clearly pronounced that Y very clearly. Clearly. Because he is immediately able to determine and relay the same Y when he describes it. It is room where famous gangster, bad guy, was arrested. His room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. It is room where famous gangster, bad guy, was arrested. His room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. 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 It is lovely Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the guy's white suit would also make it hard to cover up exactly what went down as far as how the blood went around. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Phoenix Wright is effectively pleading the fifth as far as what happened with the murder. Has described the area, and now we have a waitress and photographer who says that, you know, Phoenix was in the room. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley. Our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hands on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, The man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Well, there's a contradiction. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice, maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor, either. Incidentally... One moment, please. There we go. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Indeed, reboot needed. Just a moment. Sherbet has jumped up on the back of my chair, so he's going to get some back scratches. Like, Sammy and Ember both want kind of like light repeated contact. Mason actually likes his belly scratched. Sky will want his back stroked, or maybe his ears, like, gotta really get your fingers into those ears. Give his brain a scratching. Sherbet likes you to just, like, scratch hard. Like, you really gotta work at it, and it seems to be, you know, head, back, doesn't really care, just, you know, scratch hard. She was saying that Wright was holding the necklace around his neck. 3 on the floor. I wonder if we'll be able to see... Let's check. Yeah, you're right. He's playing with all... It was the victim. I didn't notice that. These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. hands and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. So the blue deck is supposedly being dealt. Which would mean there should be red cards only on the floor. I mean, definitely something had to be knocked over because the other deck of cards, well, they were saying, it's the other deck of cards is supposed to be the one on the floor. So something happened to knock those cards off. It ultimately would depend on what color cards are in the hands, too. Wrong button. You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. And nobody wants to work these days. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. See, she's not helping this vagary about what she do. Play on words, other interpretations, but being laid on thick, I think. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant beef. Outside is a city in spring, but inside is always as cold as Mother Russia. Okay, it might not be fake snow. But even if that's so, they're both dressed very lightly in those pictures. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da? Imagine the electric bill for keeping a whole building refrigerated like that. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da? He gripped it many times as he played that night. He must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and stars. Is that a reference? I can't see if there's something on his neck. But here. Okay, yeah. So, can't see the necklace in the crime scene photo. We can see the necklace here. And this is the necklace that Phoenix has around his neck. Well, if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. So one possibility is that the reason that there are fewer chips over on Phoenix's side is that one of the items that was gambled was the locket. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? Wow, they're getting the jabs in at the judge right away in this one. So what happened next? Then last hand is done. Something terrible. Eek. The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Apparently it's part of his early morning routine to, like, scream into the bathroom mirror to work up his powers. It could have been that it was somehow taken by the. Well, the guy had the lock. So the guy had the locket. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Maybe Wright was playing to get was intending to get the locket. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened? I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. Desk thump. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Well, now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. It's the inassailable nuh-uh defense. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. That little flip of hair he's got is almost like a spike. So why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Yes, sir. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and... If Mr. Wright isn't the killer... Got you now, Orley. Okay, let's see here. Hats are on. Okay, let's... I think here... Yeah, no locket.
Objection!
Nope. Okay.
Objection!
He wasn't strangled. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Ah, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly. Really now? I think it's O'Reilly. It's he said, "Oh, really," and then really now. There's now. I don't know why Olga, but oh wow, skilled. I guess that's why she said casually dropped borscht on their laps. If she can pull that off, then if she's gonna drop it on them, it's gonna be on purpose. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is in fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. It looks like the blood went down the other way here. Like the way he's sitting, it should have run down his face. Or this is running down from the top of his head and this is a smudge from inside his hat. I don't know. That's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? Yeah. Oh, really? Miss O'Reilly, you think I've caught you in your own... I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. Such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. Such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. It's hard to tell when thinking aloud is actually happening. Let's get A. I wonder. I was looking to see if there was a quick save button, but there isn't. That would be too convenient for how these games are actually played. So.
Objection!
Yep. This time we can point to there not being a locket. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Hello, Sky. Yep. Forcibly refresh that camera. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. Hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. You see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. The locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. No? Taking it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. Irk. Gavel. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say? Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket, with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Gasp! Shock. We don't know about Wright having a daughter at this time. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly. Meaningful pause. Miss O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. So we've been cross-examining the waitress who was dealing the cards during it. And her testimony was that Wright jumped across the, leapt at the guy and started strangling him. And that the victim also had a locket that he kept touching during the game. But while we can see the locket in one of the early pictures, we can't see the locket on him in the crime scene photo. And also the cause of death was not strangulation. So we're digging into the inconsistency of the missing locket and the cause of death. Game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. Now, it would depend on what the chips are worth. Like, if the small ones are worth more, then it would potentially change the picture. For last hand, defendant plays with all chips on table and blues. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... whack. Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret. A common tale, but true. He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus, it's not even long division. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. I press harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? That right there is why the kind of reason that I don't do voices. One is finding out that you're doing them wrong, and the other is voices like pains. If I would try to do that kind of shriek with any regularity, I wouldn't be speaking during this. Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip off the old block, not a motorcycle chop. Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet. As I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chip. 100 points chip and 1,000 points chip. It is not money. No. Justice. Sir? Don't you find her comment interesting? Well, if they're 1,000-point chips, then the black ones can't be the thousands. Way too many. Okay, the black ones are 100-point chips. And the red ones are 1,000-point chips. So, this guy had 2,900 points. Right had 4,100. In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add her testimony? Yes. I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. Wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Ah, Your Honor.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. Better think of something to ask. And quick. The two types of chips. Da. The small ones are 100 and the big ones 1,000, right? Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten, after all. Calculation? Now, I don't know that we actually press this. It might be that we press this. I'm sorry, that we, Oh, we'll press this first, and then we may present evidence. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? Ah, it must have been most unlucky day for him. I'm glad I did not take other pictures of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? Ah, one-sided, and... Okay. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too, but then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man starts with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Ah, see, I think that lines up with with the theory there, Tess. If Phoenix put all his chips on the table, the other guy did not have enough to cover the bet. So he put the locket in the pot too. Yes, if my calculations are correct, let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. Allegedly. The big chips are worth 1,000, the small chips are worth 100. And then you add them up. How much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Chip count isn't wrong. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in the photograph, there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me the photograph of the chips again. 6 small chips and 10 large chips, yeah? That makes 7,000 when you add them up. Gasp! Basic math! Excellent work, Justice. Almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Almost. This gets pulled up here, so no. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait. The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah. Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and Wright had 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Gasp. Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Ah, eek. Like, those are moves that she's got. It's, in a panic, she ends up throwing it into the air, but then, off stance, with eyes closed, she catches the things coming down from multiple positions. That is talent. It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the... Excuse me? What is it, Miss O'Reilly? I did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see... See what, Miss O'Reilly? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. A cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That's why game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There's 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. I'm not. We have King of Hearts, Spades, Diamonds, Ace of Clubs, Hearts, Diamonds, and Spades, and 7 of Hearts, Diamonds, and Clubs. I'm not seeing the cheat. I can't even see any of the cards on the floor to verify a cheat. Now, it might be if they flip the cards over, we're going to see red cards. Or a mix of red and blue. The next moment, game becomes argument, huh? The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss O'Reilly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? Thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. Cute. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience. I wonder if that'll come up. Because on the table, it's if he stood up and grabbed the bottle, he could have taken it from upside down, but there's a lot of oddities here. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin, what's a full house? Very popular television show some years ago with some characters. Lawyers these days. You don't know your poker? I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. It is indeed everywhere you look, Tess. At least 2 people in the stream aging themselves noticeably. Is this some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. Two cards with the same number makes a pair, and three makes three of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with one pair and one three of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Both have full houses. Which, if it was right putting everything on the board, though, then this would be a win for the victim. Because I thought when you have matching, then it matters. The first thing that matters is what the pairs in the triples would be. Do a quick cat check while we reboot here. If it was from the cards on the floor, though, the assertion is the cards on the floor are the second deck. So if we get to see the backs of the cards, we can see what the cheat would be. Because if there are red cards in the hand, if there's a mix of red and blue cards in the hands, that would show a flagrant cheat. Now, it might be that the cheat is fake. Is that maybe they swapped one of the cards to make it look like both of them had the same hand. Where it could be that the victim had two pair and Phoenix had a full house, or the other way around. If one of the cards is red, then we know there's a cheat, but we can't see them now. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. Gavel. The defense may cross-examine the witness. He did cheat on the last hand. That still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Just how hard is it to make a full house, anyway? It's quite hard, It is making a pair and a three of a kind at the same time. It's not a very good hustle if the rest of her statement is true, because if Wright put everything on the table for that hand and then intentionally lost, and that money wasn't actually changing hands, then Wright intentionally threw the game. But again, if Wright put everything on the table during that hand, that still leads us to the lock-it scenario too. Because the other guy wouldn't have been able to match the bet. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Very difficult, but it is not impossible. Yeah. Early in a game, a cheater losing is very plausible. Like early in a set of games. The classic make them think that they're really good at the game maneuver, you know? Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. 4 of each card, you say? Dot. There's 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. Swords, chalices, coins, and rods. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Huh, you don't say. Ah, and did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? All cards in the deck, in a deck, and you get 364 a year. You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? The Joker card. Why each deck has 2 Jokers. They say the second Joker stands for the leap year. I didn't know that. So you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. You don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. How is it clear? Ah, well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand. Aha. Though it would be at hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the witness's testimony without Mr. Payne's joke? Very well, the witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. That's right, Tass. There's 3 kings. So there is no cheat apparent in the evidence as we have it.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name? Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. It's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way the judge can comprehend. Use tiny words, itty-bitty words. Speak slowly. It takes him a moment. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Please point out the contradiction in this photo. Particular point contradicts. Sent. Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Eek. Well, or maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. I kind of like to imagine when they're looking at evidence, especially when there's something really obviously wrong, that there's this big projector that Wright or Justice or whoever walks up to and like points at, like, look, right here. But maybe the other hand had the extra card. No, it clearly doesn't. The defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Gavel. 2 aces in each player's hand. Oh, excuse me. Does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The fifth ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts, Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards? Mr. Payne. Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Gavel. Well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. Which of these hands is more suspicious? It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would. This is one of those moments where it's a choice that seems like, why are we making this choice? Why is this a decision? Show us both. Well, looking at the cards. Yep. Red cards. They're all red cards. Only this king was present. Now, we should also look at Phoenix's cards here. But no matter what, one of the kings is wrong in this one. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. We said we didn't want a tutorial, but we're gonna have it shoved down our throats regardless. Yep. Wee. Zoom. Well, has the defense found anything of relevance? I think I found out that I found nothing out. Okay. Are they going to make us... Yeah, they're... I forgot. We have to click. Oh. I got some new medication for the cough, but it's very short term, the benefits. It's noticeable, but shorter term. Come on. Rotate. Click. Only one of these cards has a blue back. Much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Card backs are red. For some reason, I thought they were using blue-backed cards in the final hand. I mean, if that's a cheat, that's... This definitely wasn't the hand that they were dealt, because that would be immediately obvious as the dealing is happening. Do I examine the other hand of cards? Yes. Your Honor, the defense requests time to examine Mr. Wright's hand. Make it quick, Mr. Justice. Yeah, it was red. All the cards are red. It's not the blue deck being used at the end. Using blue. Huh. Which was it now? Unless you count utter confusion. Yes, I already examined the victim's cards. If you would just give us both pieces of evidence, game, this would be easier. Defense request time, dude. Yep. Sure, it registers. Okay, you had to examine Phoenix's hand and then the victim's hand, and now you can call out. Has to be in that order. Look at this, one of the victim's cards. Back is a different color. Now, this is going to immediately turn around, is that this gives Phoenix a motive to go to, it gives him a supposed motive to attack the victim. That's impossible. I put that card in Wright's hand. Well. Was that Miss O'Reilly? No, yeah, I merely said, I have, Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. Aha. The dealer. Ah. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss O'Reilly, she's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Gavel, gavel. Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. I like that the game acknowledged that. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. Impossible. I put the card in Mr. Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga really conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, are you? Like, O'Reilly works by itself as a joke there, but a lot of times it's the whole name that's the joke. Time for justice. I like how he has a catchphrase in his head. It's the equivalent if the early American dub of Naruto had moments of, like, internal monologue from Naruto where he said believe it in his head only, but never said it out loud. Three people in the room at the time of the murder. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. Okay, timing. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, of murder. Wait for it. Oh, wow. I was kind of expecting the Palico at the end of the meal from Monster Hunter World. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly? It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice, Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it. I held out. Gavel. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries. It was Phoenix. They preserved his voice for it. Mr. Wright, you can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think, one of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous. Mr. Payne, you of all people should know Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. That is right. That is Mason's spot. Hey there, Sky. Let's check on the other comfy kitties real quick. Oh, we can see all of them. We can see all of them. So, Sky on this side is top left, Ember top center, Sherbet left center, Mason bottom center, and then if you look at lower left, to the left of the big black cushion there, that is Sammy curled up by the scratching post. All are visible. Sky is generally in the upper left there. Button. Now Mason likes to take that position on the second tree. Oh, you're not familiar with the kitties there, Shy? And thank you. I do like the model too. Like I was saying, Ember is my is my cat in the top center. You can't tell from the camera, but the camera zoomed in real tight. She's itty bitty. Sky in the upper left there, a big kind of fluffy gray and white cat. He is my biggest cat. My context for cat size was skewed because I used to own a pair of Maine Coons who were huge. So he's a medium-sized cat to me, but he's a big cat. Left center is Sherbet. He's an adoptive sibling of the cat in the lower center, Mason. And then bottom left is Sammy. She's a little tuxedo. She's bigger than Ember, but smaller than Sherbet. Sherbet and Sammy are about the same size. It's close, but Sherbet is a little bigger. Mason is bigger than the rest of them except for Sky. At some of my earlier videos, you can see Tom, big gray and black striped Maine Coon. He passed away a year or so ago. And his brother passed quite a bit ago. But he was a big sweetheart. And he is the reason that you can't see it, but in the top center there, Ember is right across from my keyboard. And my keyboard has a big acrylic stand over top of it, held up at an angle. That is the cat shield, and that was because of Tom. Because Tom would lay kind of in the same area that Ember is. He would take up like 4 times the space that she did easily. But he would also roll across my keyboard when he wanted attention. And his paws could easily hit like 6 to 9 keys at the same time. And his head would hit like a quarter of the keyboard if he rolled on it. So I had to I had to come up with a defense mechanism. And thus the cat shield was born. But welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, we do have the cat cams. I have an array of cameras around the room. We are playing the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy, and it's going pretty well. We are potentially at the halfway, or maybe like it's hard to tell, but we're at least at like the halfway mark, I think, of the tutorial trial in this one. This is taking place at least 7 years after the Ace Attorney trilogy, Phoenix Wright is apparently no longer a defense attorney and is like a professional poker player. And, he poses as a pianist at a restaurant. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. It's a relatively casual stream. So if you do have questions or want to chat, feel free. I will pause to talk. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. I like that he's specifying that. Like he already described there are 2 different colors of backs of cards, blue and red, and each deck has just 1 color. It's like, no, I thought they would be alternating within the deck, to completely remove the anti-cheat system as you had described it. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. See, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Because the blue deck is still sitting on the table. But that would imply that the red cards have been scattered on the floor. Me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Gavin, his boss, mentioned blue cards. Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Yes, the card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes. So Wright seems to be, actively chose Apollo to be his defense attorney, even though Apollo's boss offered to defend him. He specifically requested Apollo and has been dragging this trial along by the nose the whole time. Phoenix is puppeteering this whole trial. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course, it was swapped. Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? We shall continue the traditional dance of the Phoenix Wright game. After the murder. Perhaps it happened after the murder. Is that ridiculous? What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Yeah, I feel like it has to be after because, again, it's so obvious. If it was before the murder, then you'd immediately know. That's not cheating. That's just mixing the cards. You would just play a different hand immediately. Like, oh, we got a blue card in there. And it doesn't make sense during, you produce an extra card from your pocket, and while you're bludgeoning him, you swap the cards. But after would conceal it. Tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. And no time being literal, instantaneously. Ah, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. Again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for the blue card? Ooh. The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga O'Reilly. Who was it? And I think it's the implication is that it's Olga who did it. Phoenix goes out to call the police. Olga swaps the cards. It must have been Olga who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. Does make some sense. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? The swap card was from the wrong deck. The blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga O'Reilly. She was the dealer. But this is with the cards face down during the crime scene. Or in the crime scene, so it's meant to block, like, surface review. You really think she would make such a novice mistake? Okay, so that's more plausible. She did say that she was often the dealer. So I have trouble even the judge. I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Who would have done it? And someone else at that point. Who would swap the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. Well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga either. What are you suggesting? It's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Wright begins to chuckle. I mean, it's a shot at the judge, but I feel like it's really hard to have a low blow at the judge given how complicated addition was for him earlier and what we have seen from him in past games. Like, the only thing you can do as far as misjudging the judge is overestimate him. That's the only possibility. Because you can't go lower than the minimum. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? No idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're about to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of card were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right, the person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. Yep. First mistake was using the wrong... I'm sorry. The first mistake was using the wrong deck. And he's saying that the second... Well, they're saying that one card was swapped. They're playing with the red cards. And all the cards in the hand are red. Everybody's asserting it's the red cards. But they swapped in the blue. Oh. This is implicating Gavin. So Gavin, at the beginning of the trial, mentioned that they were playing with blue cards. So if they don't know that the red cards were in play, and that they just see the blue cards on the visible, and that they swapped in a blue card, then Gavin thought that they were using blue cards. So what's going on with this? Interesting. True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Well, it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. And Gavin did say he had dinner with Phoenix that night. Did he have dinner at the restaurant? What? Let's see here. Let me just... I wanted to see if we could see some evidence that somebody else was present. I agree with the judge. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. Gavel. Trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes. Okay, so this point is like officially like a halfway or a chapter mark. Usually the tutorial trial doesn't go to a third day or a third block. It was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that? I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. Again, this is... I wonder if it's... I'm sorry, not Gavin. It's Christoph here. Christoph Gavin. That's involved. Because that's another... You could take that to mean Wright is saying, it had to be you. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice. Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. She's got a fancy outfit, little pink top hat. Surprised you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. She also had like a cape with a brooch. The one who cheated that night. Was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did? Oh. Backstory! It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. You're going to grow up to be an anime protagonist, or at least a sidekick. She'll be the silly additional character that you get in the party that, is either way overpowered or grossly underpowered. Or at least to general view, but of course they're going to be like vital to ridiculous speedrun strategies. Poker. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Yeah, well, that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts at the end. Your body language can become a valuable source of information. That's right, Tass. Kate Sith, the silly comical character in Final Fantasy VII that has that RNG manipulatable super kill move. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. This I remember as being one of the mechanics of the Apollo Justice part of it, is during the testimony, the characters actually have, like, tells as part of their animation. Like, the animations they use, sometimes obvious, sometimes subtle, have something in them that say, this part is important. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret of winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. Air quotes. Nah, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. It is prophesized. Almost forgot one more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It is time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Yeah, but he doesn't have one of his mystics around to get the Mia Ex Machina that is necessary for you to ask his boss. Though I suppose it would be, in the most common case, a Mia Ex Maya. The court will now reconvene. As our witness, Miss Olga, recovered. Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of events again? That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss O'Reilly take the stand. Very well, the witness will take the stand. Yeah, I mean, sometime between the last game and this game, Phoenix got really confident and capable. I don't know what's going on. Normally, he would essentially be somersaulting downhill through irrelevant circumstances until somehow landing face first on victory. I still liked how it was acknowledged that spirit mediums existed in the world, but were generally considered frauds at the time of the game. But that said, most people had never seen it demonstrated. And nobody in the courtroom was like, yeah, it's normal for that little, tween at the oldest to suddenly become a full-grown woman. Just spontaneously. Of the proportions that would commonly be accompanied by a cartoon boing noise. Or perhaps a bit of kettle drum. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser? Oh, wow. Name's Olga O'Reilly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Hello, buddy. Hello. So, Sherbet will climb up on the headrest of my chair. And he'll chirp for attention. And if you pet him enough, then he'll start to lose his balance and he rolls down behind my head. It's adorable, but gotta be careful not to startle him when he's doing this because he never lets me trim his claws. He's worse than Sammy in that regard. People call me Olga Quick Fingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like O'Reilly. Yeah. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Her entire stance changed. When she was posing as the waitress, she had that sort of like hunch down in her feet were pigeon-toed. She turned her feet in. Now she's got kind of feet out, cocked hip, super confident mode. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? I remind you that you are currently under oath. Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Judge, are you implying that she wasn't under oath during that whole period where she perjured herself? Because it seems like that was bad. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Oh, it's all right that you completely lied about your identity and what you were doing that night. But don't do it again. Oh, I won't lie again. Promise. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. I thought there was going to be more of that. So you were in cahoots with the victim. The witness will place their pinky in the crook of my pinky and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Not that he needed my help. Smith was a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. Swapped the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed, getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend, destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh, really? Oh, really? Haha. How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet what happened to the planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? Man, they're milking that. The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. Look at my bandana. Look at this hand-on-hip stance and down and angled down brow. Clearly, I'm a villain. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. I am evil. Stop laughing. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. That rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Who's talking? Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. Witnesses like her, who needs criminals? With defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Making himself look bad, I guess. Now they called out, Wright called out that she touches the back of her head. She touches her hair like that when she's lying or fabricating in some way. And she did it during her testimony there. This planted card, which card was it exactly? The trump card, the 5 of hearts. Not familiar with that rule, but that usually means like maybe it's a wild card. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. So that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. Slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and then allowed to thicken. So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. Or worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Oh, man. Invasive. He could have concealed it everywhere, followed by the snap of a latex glove. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long, storied career, never has Quick Fingers O'Reilly ever been so readily duped. Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Well, look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Yeah, right here. She's touching her hair again. Back of her head. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. They seem to be willing to ride that joke there, Tess. Hey, being a nuisance, buddy. You are. Well, what was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? Nothing, Your Honor. Does anybody else smell toast? So really, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick Fingers O'Reilly? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. I mean, it's clear the game is trying to reveal our special powers here. But I feel like it could just be that Apollo's about to collapse and the ambulance get called. It's this weird vibe I'm getting. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Apollo deploying the Sharingan, I guess. I mean, it doesn't have the spin, but he's clearly got a magical eyeball. What's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. Like I could perceive her habit with my eyes. Like I couldn't before. The glowing button in the lower right here. Perceive.
Gotcha!
Nat 20, let's go. Insert flute music. So really, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. Was it in Earth Defense Force? Don't trust the radar. Watch the enemy with your eyes. So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. She says that part of the testimony. She's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. Madonna song. When she thinks about it. References. Memory. Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? Gavel. This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. It's highly unusual, but it sounds cool. Tell me more. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? So really, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I notice it happen when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind that habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an irreplaceable impression on your neck is this. Let's... Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more about that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? I mean, I don't see the like you're in pain, but go on. What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits? They're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Jeez. Strong terms. So really, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. And yet, I'm knowing nothing. Well, she gets back into that disguise really quick. Given how quickly she shed that disguise, I feel like there were tearaway pants involved. We know you're not Russian. Gavel. The witness will testify. Please. Now. Ah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sights until the cops got there. Different personality, but the same testimony. I believe you have her where you want her. Yeah, he went outside to call. The circumstances have changed, yet her testimony has not. That means it's got to be a contradiction. Quite. Music has changed as well. We're nearing the end here. Right, left to call because there was no reception in the sub-basement. So really, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Eh? And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Wow. That bowl of borscht was in the air for a while. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. This is our opening sequence that we saw at the start of the trial. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Eek. Okay, that lines up why there was an eek in there. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. And now you are wildly more of a suspect because you have lied twice on the stand. Well, way more than twice, but you have told two wildly varying stories, and now you have told a third. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. Must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end. And frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar. Is that the legal term? Yes, Your Honor, I declare that this victim is in fact a big fat liar and that her pants are indeed aflame. And thus I request that her testimony be stricken from the record. What? Three were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, and the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. Giggle. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What do you say? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of cards were being used. A fourth person. This theory again, your fourth person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided to us. It is Gavin. It is Christoph Gavin. I kind of want Wright to pull the same move that that O'Reilly did, and have him reach up and grab his hat and like tear it away to have the blue suit. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. Yep. Gavin declared that they were blue cards because it was the blue cards that were on the table when he came in there to mess with the scene. The red cards had been knocked off the table to go with the "you're a cheater" act. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry? Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right, but how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our courtroom who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? As I expected, your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right. Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. Of course, Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. A Woody. As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue and the ones on the floor, or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition. Competition, yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flames, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? Oh. So this might also be why he said he wanted Apollo. Now, there could be more to that, but it's additionally because he didn't want the person that he was going to accuse to be his defense attorney and mess up the trial. I assure you, I'm quite sane. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith, either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Yep, this is why. This is why Gavin's not his lawyer. Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before the game of poker be related? Gavel. Not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Yep. This is why he specifically requested Apollo, not Gavin. It got Gavin into the courtroom with him, but it makes Apollo his defense attorney and not Gavin. Mr. Justice, what's the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Yes, I would like the game to continue, Judge. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Et tu, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? Well, I got all these knives. I got to put them somewhere, sir. You're not a senator, but, I mean, you're stabbable. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Gavel. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. J.D. Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club at on the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Gavel. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir? He's lying and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Why can't I have just a regular murder, not one of these crazy murders? That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. Cross-examine, just press. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, and then Christoph left. After that... 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Giggle. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall? That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? The trap failed. Smith hit the whips. What about this failed trap? This is the same trap that Miss Olga really mentioned? Simple, elegant plan. Set up a trap. Plant a card. So, this is the plan. They're reiterating the plan. They were going to accuse him of cheating, show that he cheated, and ruin his record. I'm guessing that this is going to be a parallel to what happened to Phoenix. The fact that he's not a defense attorney. He said, given what I did. So is it that there was a incident in which his actions constituted like falsifying evidence or something like that, which ruined his record of being effectively undefeated and also called into question all his prior victories? A harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? All right, Augie. Have a good evening, and thanks for joining us tonight. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? There's no card. We do see that the bottle is recapped as well, though. But it'd be hard to get a card out of it. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. It wouldn't be. Unless you, like, hard rolled it, like, tightly rolled it to warp the card. Battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. You're right, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Completely empty. Please revise your testimony with this new information. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. So you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They won't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. Didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. So I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? You know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Is he trying to tell me with this testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. So this is like the odd portion of how he's talking. He's looking at us, looking at us, looking at us, looking down and away, looking at us, looking at us. Okay, we're going to save it here, though, and we're going to... see. Is it coming through yet? There we go. So yeah, the game computer fully crashed. Hopefully it didn't tank our save. All right. Let's see if it'll let us get back in here. Little Ember, hello. About loading. Okay. Well, that was certainly a thing. Hopefully that doesn't become a pattern because we got to save a lot. This is Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Oof. You. Come on now, Ember. Make up your mind. Come on now. Razer software is like, oh man, you want me to pop up right now? Right now? That I can totally do that. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No. What, Mr. Wright? Surely nothing isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped. Sir Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle and there was nothing. So what's going on? Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Did the card just disappear? Gavel. Let's continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. Just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. I feel like go for the KO is kind of out of character for him because he's excessively flowery in his language. Why do I get the feeling that we're not on our client's side anymore? Okay, we're gonna attempt again here. Okay. Game does not explode. That's good. With that. It's like, you stop petting me. I'm gonna mess with your microphone. What do we got? Let's... We're going to present this photo because the guy had his hat on.
Objection!
Nope. There are very rare instances where you need to go all the way through with those statements, but it looks like this one telegraphs it by having the segment blink. Ember. Hey. Hey. No, didn't pay enough attention to me. I'm gonna wreck stuff. Gavin.
Hold it!
reason why you called Mr. Gavin. I had obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. I figured Kristoff's law office would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. I'm glad to hear you intend to pay. Well, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my friend. Quite high. Is the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? What do we got? I don't. As we can see, the bottle was opened. Crap. We could find something about the card we could roll with that. Oh, let's see here. Maybe this. Be nice if we could. I wonder if we pop this open if the card's in there instead. In the battery compartment of the phone. All right, let's.
Objection!
There we go. Had to use a different photo. It's the blood streaming from his head. If I show the zoom in photo, that technically aligns with what he said. I'm kind of annoyed that that didn't work because it explicitly states in that photo's description that the hat was removed. But in this case, this is the crime scene photo as they found it, so that shows the hat is on. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Huh? You put the hat on the head of on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss O really didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I'd think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin, This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. Beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Yep. Something happened that says he fabricated evidence or lied in some way. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. Believe it was you who threw the first stone? Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? Yeah, this is Christoph declaring he knew that the guy was bald, despite the fact that the claim is he didn't know him, and he would never have seen him without the hat. The photo before the game, and the dealer both declared that he was wearing the hat the whole time. Wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate. A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. But not plate, but pate. Antonin. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right. Yeah. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come to know your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Entrapment. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright? Gavel. I will have order. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor? I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as the prosecutor, Okay, fine. Shut up, you. Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. For which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. This is a very verbose tutorial trial. It looks like they started out as a tutorial trial and then proceeded into something more fleshed out. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out to be like this? May I? Oh, that's the daughter. Yeah. Top hat, scarf, heavy earring, cape with brooch. What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. Trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. Oh, it's a red ace, and it has a blood splotch on it. That is the card that was swapped out. 3 aces, rights to rights 2. I saw it. The 5th ace. It was cheating. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? And it shows it happened after. Have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. And she has a lot of card motif around her. Lots of diamonds, and then also along the edge of the cape, and little card symbols card symbols around the edge as well. Bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. Slightly older and in blue instead of pink. Yep. And they've removed Gavin from the defense desk there. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, you will please take the stand. Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Well, will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this court. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright, what do you think you're doing, Wright? Now, things sure do look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit? Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout, at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. So this gives him an opportunity. What he's going to do now is he's going to spin the story as if Wright did it and he was covering up what Wright did. Well, you may present your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window into the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. Yup. He's going to say, I arrived and saw that Wright had done it, and then I covered it up for him. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So you witnessed the murder. For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client, but, I was called onto the stand, so I have to tell the truth. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. That is every Phoenix Wright trial ever. It just gets weirder as you go.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared that Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? I went down to the basement. Yep. The little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. Must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. There he is, the coolest defense in the West. We know and love. Even when you're standing up there in the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, Wright, but you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Good old frenemies. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. Precisely, you see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least. And we're back to where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
Must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Yes, this mysterious fourth person, who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us the reason why such a thing would be necessary. Can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. The fifth ace, right? Well, Mr. Justice? The question of why the killer would swap out the card has been raised. Well, they probably want me to show that card, so I'm going to save it and try it, but I'm trying to... Before I do, I'm trying to think of why. Single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Now or never, defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. And point out your reason, Mr. Justice. My reason is this. Is that an ace? Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What? Look at him twitch. This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. I do not think that word means what you think it means. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? Just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all. No, impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. The moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen onto one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know that a serious crime what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now I've told you that one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless. Yep. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Haha. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yeah? Try picturing the scene of the crime. Oh, fancy. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. And what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? Victim, the killer, the witness. There's a drop of blood on the card. And he didn't, and he could see. Oh, it fell on his hand. The victim leaned backwards.
Take that!
Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? Don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look at the look. The victim was struck in the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would have fallen behind the body, not onto the table in front of it. Ah. Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the card. That's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Try turning the chair around. There we go. Okay, that's cool. We have a little investigative tool there. Wonder if we'll get more things like that. Chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. We have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police which way was the chair facing. He came back to the room, the body was facing it, as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Let's save the game again, shall we? Just to be sure. Sometimes it doesn't give us an opportunity to save during the little questions. Whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime?
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. But wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front, sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yeah. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. The victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here. Where would his assailant be standing? But there's no room to put a mark there. The killer where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else.
Take that!
I guess the killer would have to be, here? Oh, okay. Let's load that skip ahead. Save it.
Take that!
Doesn't make sense is the second witness. You mean to say I don't make sense? No, of course you do, or sir. As I thought. No. I mean, if he's facing away, it doesn't make sense that the start from the front. Okay, no, the save was too long ago. The victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here. Save down here. The other can't fit. Let's think it through and see what we find.
Take that!
Killer had to be standing well. No. Points for flair, but that's about all you get. Need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? It's simple logic, really. This was the only place the killer could have been standing, and that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. The moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. It's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. I wonder if, because it's like a black market meeting place, if there's a secret tunnel. It's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Murmur. Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means they're moving the cupboard. Blocks the window. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness, the game being saved. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. Did you say? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? Only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Hey, Designation. Welcome, welcome. We're playing some Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. We're working through the first trial. Excuse me, Your Honor. Gavel. This is a court of law, and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. I'm definitely enjoying this game so far, Designation. It is. I'm seeing some mechanics that should be a fun addition so far. And we haven't had any moment that isn't one of those, oh, okay, I can see that kind of moments. Hello, Sherman. Hello. We've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh, and what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out that there's a secret passage behind it. Okay, so the secret passage starts to open, which slides the cupboard to the side, and the guy pivots around in his chair. And then becomes bonked. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. Not into TikTok chat, Designation. There was somebody before. Yeah, there was one other person in chat before. Most of the conversation has been on YouTube. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. Do I remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it? Or I do. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. It is interesting when you get how some people become kind of part of cultures like Twitch and YouTube streaming and similar, how there is the phrases and behaviors of particular individuals either get kind of immortalized in imagery or terminology. Sometimes that has to change, like the classic Pog emote and the like, but it's tracing things back like that and finding out where it first arrived. For the shorts pattern, yeah, they definitely are a designation. I think a lot of companies are looking at TikTok and trying to figure out how do we compete on the front that it has opened up. Yep. They've got the shopping mechanism that you can put in place. In a similar vein, TikTok is trying to figure out um, you can go live on, I mean, you can always kind of go live in a short sense, but um, ultimately it's a regular live and you just rotate your phone accordingly. It's that YouTube actually fully supports the tall form and short duration videos. Took them a while to figure it out. See where our simple line of deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. But yeah, I stream to YouTube and then I duplicate it out over to TikTok and Twitch. I could change the format to a tall form for Twitch, but I'm sorry for TikTok, but it makes the game harder to see, and there are already issues with how I have to deal with TikTok Live. TikTok is still trying to figure out fully how to operate in a non just point the cell phone at my face world. There are things. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard. Holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Bonk. Did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Okay, yeah, that is... Smith gets ticked off, knocks out Olga. Wright goes to call for help because Smith is still active. So Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But this time, his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. And even if I'm reading, I can still see the chats and I can still stop and talk. It's one of the advantages of visual novels and interactive fiction, is that we have that option. Our killer stepped out from the secret passageway into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled the chair around to look and... bonk. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Let's do a quick kitty check here. I think we've got a double. Yeah, we got a double. Looks like Sherbet and Sky. Zoom. These are point cameras, but they're not point to zoom cameras. Because I didn't want to spend that kind of money. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Yep, that's Sky and Sherbet. Sherbet initially imprinted a lot on Sky because Sky is a really nice cat to new cats. And followed him around. But after a point, I think Sky got tired of Sherbet clinging to him and would often run off. But Sherbet still occasionally gets up there and tries to snuggle up with him, much to Sky's consternation. Oof. Rotate the wrists a little bit here. Okay. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I am truly, truly sorry. I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. This is truly, truly outrageous. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Wark. There's an explanation. An exclamation. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. Christoph Gavin here definitely has villain with glasses vibes. Welcome back designation. Yeah, very much anime villain with glasses, how they have the light obscure the eyes through the lenses during that. And usually you'll see they'll do a flash of light, like a glare off of the glasses when he pushes them up. You didn't miss much there, designation. This was just them pointing out that the killer had to come through the tunnel. The killer saw the blood on the card, took the blood on the card because it was evidence of, how the victim was arranged. Took the card and replaced it with one from the deck, which was blue and not red. And they did it in a hurry because they had to do it before Phoenix came back. So they did notice the red cards all over the floor, which were scattered on the floor when the victim accosted the dealer that was their co-conspirator over failing to spring the trap properly. No need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. Hair flip. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked. Shocked, I say, that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence. Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? Not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. Seem to recall this being an issue earlier. Yeah, it's Phoenix's prints are on what is supposedly the murder weapon. But one of the things Phoenix claimed earlier is that he found the card that was planted on him before the game, and he took it out of his pocket, rolled it up, and then I had to explain to TikTok that I am still actually streaming. And then he placed it in the bottle of grape juice that he had been drinking. The bottle that is the murder weapon, that is designated as the murder weapon, does not have that there. There is a missing bottle at the scene. The court, in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. That is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? I see how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. This is the standard play method of Phoenix Wright, is you save scum like crazy. Because sometimes the solutions that they want you, the leaps that they want you to make are very obtuse until they happen. They make sense after that, which is to the credit of the series most of the time. There are some instances. But the initial logical leap can sometimes be questionable. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to gulp? Let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simpler answer there, in plain sight. Why don't you just say the answer in plain words? Be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? You haven't said that the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court? What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints are upside down? And I didn't save it in time. Why would it have been grabbed upside down? We have something to explain it. And it is an object. The bottle is opened, is the thing. Alright, let's try this. Well, the bar went away. Nope. So we're gonna reload and we're gonna get the save closer. You don't have to do this every time, but you can get into circumstances in the prior game where the penalties are more than 1 point, and if you completely fail on the penalties, if you never saved it, then you would be thrown all the way back, like to the beginning of a lot of these things. Thank you. Simple answer in plain sight. Save down a little closer. The judge is about to say, like, hey, do you have that? Put it here. Annoying, but that's how it goes. He's been drinking them. Thank you, Arctic. Hello and welcome. We're trying to wrap up the first case of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Possibly this one, because he has to reach down to get the bottles. Maybe he pulls them out upside down. Actually easier to show you than to explain. Yeah, okay. It's that he keeps that grape juice next to him while he's playing. He reaches down, grabs them from above to pick them up without having to lean down, I guess. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. On the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Like I've said, it's a casual stream, so if you have questions, comments, anything like that, feel free. There's plenty of time to pause and talk between lines. I mean, mashed potatoes are great. What are your thoughts on mashed potatoes? Reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. Ah. You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck, with your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing the piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. Oh, okay. He said that he had been drinking a bottle of grape juice and put it in the bottle, a bottle that he had been drinking from. So, is there a bottle of grape juice up here that has the card in it? Would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. It's definitely grape juice, not wine, that he drinks. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. That's why the murder weapon is Cap. Because he had been drinking the other one. It depends on how long and how you keep it. And what kind of grape juice you're talking about. If you're talking about, like, grocery store, like, sweet grape juice, then even if you keep it for a while, what you get is moldy sweet grape juice. I don't actually know, because it's a fermentation process. So it would be like grape and something else juice at that point, you know? As opposed to just, grape. Which I think is usually the case. You usually get something else in it to flavor it, you know? Even if it's just like what it was aged in, like what kind of cask it was aged in, you'd get something being soaked up. One of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Gabble, gabble, gabble. What do you have to say about these charges, Mr. Gavin? Shake my head. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. Be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, you recall I requested an additional investigation? He handed the judge a note and said, get this too. And we didn't get to see what was on the note, so here's the mystery reveal. I don't like them doing this. This removes our ability to anticipate something. Fully. But I think they're going to find the original, and the one that they find will have the card in it. Have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. Here's one of the bottles in question. Are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake. True, probably had gloves. Bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say Apollo. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. Do as I say, rookie. What? That's some bottle. Yep. Scrunched up 5 of hearts. There's something inside the bottle. Congrats on fishing that out. That would have been a hassle. Because even though it was scrunched up bigger than the neck of the bottle. You would have had to work your little fingies right down through all of it to get it. Unless he has some sort of, like, judicial set of long tongs. I mean, they might be standard issue in this courtroom. Things are weird enough in this world. Bring me the official tweezers of justice. That card, it can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly. Yes, our little swindling devotchka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. And Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. Threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. Yeah, they weren't using the nice cards, the ones that are like almost like a fabric that's heavily laminated. That's much more of like a paper card, like heavy card stock. So you could still smush it. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Oh, are we going to get our freak out? I think we're getting our freak out. Oh, wow. His rage can levitate small objects near him. He has Dragon Ball Z rage. Though it might just be the power to levitate borscht, I don't know. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Why is nobody paying attention to me? I'm the prosecutor. This isn't fair. Gavel. I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. Still. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? Get a little drink of beverage here. There we go. I just love his little shocked face button. He's all cool and collected, and the button's just like, whoa. Afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. Hello, Ember. Hello. Hello. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me. It was a dark time for our legal system. It wasn't just Apollo, like, specifically. It was, Apollo, you happen to be right there next to my target, and I've convinced him to take up my defense, but he has a practice, so any of his employees would have worked, not you in particular. I didn't need you in particular. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Gavel. This seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Courtroom confetti, go. Oh, wow. That is... They did not do an upgrade on the courtroom confetti. That is some early Windows game screensaver nonsense there. They just had some squares judder around down the screen. Oh. They did upgrade them in the first Ace Attorney Trilogy games. I don't know why they didn't here. Odd to skip that. Empress being a nuisance. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. I wonder if he means... What are you doing, Ember? What are you doing? I really don't need another cat taking a fascination with cables and electronics. One question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. It's a weird vibe I'm getting. Hey, ma'am. You will jostle the camera. Was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The Ace Attorney series has solid music. They did a good job. The answer. Right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Phoenix Wright is wearing a beanie because this is 7 years apparently after he lost his attorney's badge. Like, he lost the ability to practice law for some reason. I think there is good Pokemon music. I don't know that all of it is good. all of it is better than Phoenix Wright music, though there is some good Pokemon music. Ah, wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Quit it. Quit it. Hey. Hey. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. And apparently Phoenix Wright has a kid now. Who's got to be teen to late teens. Maybe early adult? Yeah. Phoenix Wright has got a kid in this. At least 7 years passed between the last Ace Attorney game and this game. And apparently sometime during that, Phoenix was accused of supplying false evidence and lost his license. And became like a card shark and played piano in a Russian restaurant. Stuff went down, in addition to the child thing. Who knows, maybe he and Maya finally hooked up. You were right about the locket. Huh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury. You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. He was very careful about how he said things. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to truth isn't the best one. Give it time. Let him cook. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices, after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yeah? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright and Company law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yeah. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. We're still in the introduction. This is like the prologue period. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial, there was a single piece of forged evidence? Forged evidence? What are you talking about? Talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. Ah, the card with blood on it. She shouldn't have been able to produce that. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. But this was the forged evidence. Not uncommon at the end of Ace Attorney things to have that did you know or did you see, and for you to, you can actually guess wrong on these.
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. That card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you're really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. I have done 2 Pal World streams now, Designation. I did one doing some solo play, and now I've started a... I've joined in on a collaboration server with several other streamers. So there is a second. The VODs are available on YouTube. Subtle plug. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Oh, wow. It wasn't just a, impulsive straight punch. That was you have to put your body into an uppercut if you're going to call it an uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that," next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. With that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'll find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law. This is how my story begins. That's chapter 1. We'll get a save put down here. Okay. But that'll be our wrap-up spot for the night. Boop. That was a good run. A good run. Didn't take us too long. The Ace Attorney games. Not sure there, Rob. Not sure how. Oh, do you mean how late did you arrive? Let's see here. You arrived 4.5 hours in, maybe? No. Processing. Something doesn't line up about my my timers here. Maybe. We've been going for about 4.5 hours. You arrived like very late in the stream. Ah, okay. Yeah, that does happen on YouTube now and again. Sometimes on Twitch, but usually it's YouTube, since YouTube can buffer. Like, you can be behind on the stream. Every now and then that happens to folks. But yeah. The Apollo Justice games are winding up to be at least as good as the Ace Attorney trilogy, especially if that first case is any indication. We had some good mechanics displayed, and the narrative is starting strong. Like, that's a good opening trial to start doing the all of this stuff is interconnected play that they usually do in each case. So that'll be fun. What'd you guys think? How'd you like the first Apollo Justice game? What did you folk think? Quick drink of water here. Oof. We'll definitely be playing more of this. It's very anime courtroom vibes, Rob. And even before the Apollo Justice games, where they imply that there is a further problem with the courtroom system as it is arisen in this one. The Phoenix Wright settings courtrooms are very hostile. They're like an exaggerated version of the Japanese courtrooms. You have a judge presiding over it, just a judge, not a jury. You have there's much more of a presumption of guilt in Japan, not because it's a guilty until proven innocent. It is a because they're so careful about who they bring to trial. Usually, they have a high conviction rate, which has a reciprocal effect of people thinking if you're arrested and charged, you're likely to be guilty. Well, you take that and dial it up, where in the Phoenix Wright world, you can't just say this person didn't do it and show that they couldn't have done it. You often have to declare it was actually this person and prove the other person did it. Yeah, I'm glad to have had you there, Designation. It was good seeing folks. On that note, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, subscribe, follow, whatever it is for the platform you're watching through, so that the corresponding algorithms can serve you up more stuff like this, if not my future streams and videos. Our next stream is going to be on Tuesday, same time, 4 p.m. Central, US Central. We're going to be playing some more Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. We'll have more of this. I haven't got the schedule down. And we will have at least one more Pal World stream. So there'll definitely be some more stuff. Yeah, Rob, it is you have to play sleuth, you have to play defense, and you also have a little bit of prosecutor in there. Because it's not only do you have to prove somebody else did it, it's usually somebody else in the courtroom that you have to point to and say they did it. So it's very soap opera, very anime. Yeah, again, thanks everybody for joining us tonight. I hope to see you again soon.